Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Layered Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. Right behind them, it's Biozyme from biozymeinc.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
With your main show, our first division in will be your Fullblood female show. We're excited to welcome back to the ring today Mr. Barry Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Over in ring 2, we are going to get started. Class 1, these will be full-blood heifer calves born April of 2024. Over in the Shorthorn Plus ring, first class in the ring will be Class 2 late spring bull calves.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be back with you this morning to sort through your full blood and your high percentage main shows here today. And what a really nice place to start. Got a pair of April heifers out here. And, you know, this heifer that starts off with, or we start off the class with, just really powerful in terms of the type of muscle shape she has down her top. She's really stout out through her hip. She's a female. When we put her into motion, she gets out and goes really nice. I think that's a really nice place to start off your full-blood show here today. The heifer that comes second, I think, has a lot of quality about her. She's greener in her overall makeup. I think with some maturity and some weight on this one as she comes on and grows and matures. I love her length of body. She's really square out through her hip. She might have a little advantage right there in her pin set to our class winner, but she's just a little greener today in her overall makeup. I think get this one some more maturity, and she could be very competitive within this class.
Back over in the Shorthorn Plus. So your champion reserve in our first division. Now in the ring is Class 5 early spring bull calves.
Well, here on your full-blood Maine side, again, two very nice females out here, two February heifers. The heifer I'm going to start off the class with, just extremely flexible when we put this heifer into motion. I love how she gets out and goes. She's one that's really, really long-bodied, extended out through that front end. She's really long from hooks to pins. I like that about her. You know, is she the deepest-bodied one? Probably not today, but I think when this one gets a baby calf in her belly, I think that's a very nice female. As is the heifer that comes second. Heifer's very straight in her lines, like her from hooks to pins. Her pins sit up there high and wide. I like that about her. She needs some time and some maturity through the center part of her body as well. She's a female, and maybe you like to lay her shoulder back in there just ever so slightly. But that's two very nice February heifers here in your full-blood show.
Well, congratulations in Class 2. Over here in Ring 1, first place went to ECC Macy 134M, exhibited by Ebersol Cattle Company of Kellerton, Iowa. Second place in that class will go to MC2 of Medill, Oklahoma, with MC2 Maryland 2400M. Now in the ring, Class 3. These are full-blood heifer calves born January of 2024.
Well, here in your full-blood Maine side, two January heifers, and again, just a lot of quality out here within these two heifers. And the heifer that's going to win the class, I just love this one from the side profile. She's got a beautiful pattern, like the angularity she has in her shoulder and up through her neck and head. I think she excels her second-place heifer just in terms of that angularity and maternal look she has up there. And then you come from there back. She's a heifer that's got that added swoop to her body. from the ground up. She's good on her feet and legs. She gets out and goes really, really nicely. You know, is she is big and stout as our heifer that comes second? She's not, but I just love the pattern and I like the design of that female. I appreciate this second heifer for the growth that she has, and with that, if you look at her data, she's a low birth female as well. Thick down her top, big hip, really good in terms of her structure. Just lacks that little bit of style and eye appeal out through her front 1/3 here today.
Well, congratulations in Class 3. First place will go to Team T-Bone 2, exhibited by Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa. Second place in that class, exhibited by Wyatt Ebersol of Kellerton, Iowa. Well, now welcome in Class 4. These are full-blood summer yearlings born May of 23.
Well, a May yearling out here in your full-blood show. Very long-bodied female. I really like that about her. She's straight in her line. She's good down her top and level out through her hip. She's a female that's really green in her overall appearance here today, which I don't mind that. You know, ideally, maybe we'll see her just with a little more rib shape as we talk about what's ideal. But just in terms of her skeletal design, I like this female for her length, for how square she is out through her hip. Put her in motion, she gets out and goes very nicely as well.
Well, congratulations in the full-blood ring. Results out of Class 4. First place went to MCCH Massey, exhibited by McCullough Cattle Company of Maxwell, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 5. These are full-blood junior yearlings born March to April of 2023. This will be our final class in our full-blood show.
Well, on your full-blood Maine side, once again, just a very nice female to start off this class. Heifer's very long-bodied female that's got some width and dimension to her. Good at the ground, just big-footed. Like the angulation she has to that pastern and hock on her hind two. You know, on her front two, maybe to be ideal, she'd lay that shoulder back just a little bit, but that's being very critical of a very high-quality female. And what's impressive about her, you look at the paper, that one's got a lot of growth and performance about her when you look at the data, so I think that's a female that's going to go on and be fun when she gets into production. Young lady's heifer that comes next is another one, just really high quality, good in her lines, good down her top. She's got some width, got some dimension from behind. Not quite as attractive in her shoulder and up through her neck as head as our class winner, but that's, again, a high-quality female that'll be a nice breeding piece.
Congratulations, back over in the full-blood ring. Results out of our final class. First place exhibited by Fancy Creek and Prairie Cross of Sherman, Illinois. And second place was exhibited by Jalen Begler of Douglas, Kansas. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion full-blood female. Back over in the shorthorn ring. Results
On your full-blood Maine-Anjou side, you know, I'm really impressed with the quality of these full-blood cattle. I commend the breeders and exhibitors of these cattle. I think, you know, excuse me, it's been, excuse me, 7 or 8 years since I've shown many mains and been kind of watching this main ring, but the progression you guys have made with the quality of this cattle, I'm extremely impressed. So it's very encouraging that you can make these cattle this good. So with that being said, you know, we just talked about all these. I think there's a lot of quality from the first class on back to our big heifer. To me, there's one heifer out here. When you study her, just in terms of her overall design, her overall pattern, I think she has a little more angularity and maternal look about her front 1/3. So I think I gravitate to that heifer as this group gets out here. But once again, I commend you breeders for bringing this quality of cattle to us. I'll go show you the 2 champions I like.
Well, congratulations, grand champion full-blood female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Coming out of Class 3, that was Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa. Grand champion full-blood female comes out of Class 5. That was FCF 132A Miss 37L, exhibited by Fancy Creek Farm in Prairie Cross, Sherman, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are going to take a brief backdrop break before we get started with our open Maine-Anjou Bull Show. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results out of Class
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant reset program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium reset cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
We'll get started with your open Maine-Anjou Bull Show. First class in the ring, this is Class 6, Maine-Anjou Spring Bull Calves, born May to June of 2024.
Well, here as we start your high percentage Maine-Anjou Bull Show, as in your full blood show, wow, what a good way to start off with. Two really good bulls out here, and the calf I'm going to use to win this class, I guess I like this one a great deal. You just study him in terms of his skeletal design, and he's really straight in his lines. I like the way his shoulder sits in. I like how high that neck ties on top of the shoulder. When we put this bull into motion, I think he gets out and goes really, really nice. He's tremendously stout. A lot of performance. He's a late June calf. He's got a lot of performance in him here today. But I think that's just a really, really good individual to start off your show here today. The bull that comes second is no slouch. I mean, this is a high quality bull calf here. He's really loose in terms of his skeleton. I like that about him. As we compare him to our class winner, not quite as attractive in his chest and up through his throat as our class winner is, but this is a bull that's got a lot of product in him. Really like the testicular development this bull has for this stage of his this age of his life. So I think this one's going to go on and be a really nice bull calf and be very competitive within this division his whole life. So congratulations to both you exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in the main ring to start out your open Maine-Anjou Bull Show Class 6. First place went to MJM All In M622, exhibited by Micah Malone. Second place in that class was exhibited by Kyan Herman of Tryon, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 8. These are Maine-Anjou Spring Bull calves, born February of 2024. If you're following along in your book, Class 7 is a scratch.
Well, again, very high quality individual. It's a single entry in this class, a February bull, really loose structured bull. I think when this bull comes in the ring, he just gets out and goes about the ring very, very nicely. Very long-sided. I like that about this bull. Square on all four corners when you study him at the ground. Bull that's got that extra body and width when you get behind him. So very high-quality bull that could sure withstand some competition out here today. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 8 over here in the Open Maine-Anjou Bull Show. First place went to TFSC Louis V02M, exhibited by Connor Thomas of Urbana, Ohio. We're now going to welcome in Class 9. These are Maine-Anjou Fall Bull calves. For those of you just joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, we are going to get started over here in Ring 2 in just a couple minutes with your Shorthorn Plus Female Show.
Well, a November bull calf here, single entry in your Maine-Anjou show. Another bull that's got a lot of quality about him. He's really stout down his top and really stout in his hip and down through his lower 1/3. So it'd be fun to get these bulls out here and kind of compare them together. You know, maybe ideally this bull here, we'd like to set his tail head down in him ever so slightly, but that's a very high quality bull once again in your Maine-Anjou bull show. Congratulations. A little more moderate bull here as a September bull that we have out here in front of us. Bull that's sure practical and functional kind, even though of the moderation. I appreciate that. When you look at his data, the bull's, you know, he's got a high CED, and that kind of goes along with his bone work. He's maybe not quite as stout a bone as a few of the other bulls that we've seen. Sure has enough bone for me, and when you look at the data, having that high of a CED, I think that kind of they go hand in hand together. So bull's got some length, and once again, he's got some power when you get behind him. So another high-quality bull here in your Maine-Anjou show.
Well, congratulations in both Class 9 and 10. Class 9, first place exhibited by Clayton Hayes of Ada, Oklahoma. And 10, in Class 10, first place will go to Crenshaw Show Cattle of Anthony, Kansas. We're now going to welcome in Class 11. Back over the Shorthorn ring, we'll get started.
Well, another high-quality bull is June Summer Yearling Bull. Tremendously long-sided bull. He's one that's extremely powerful from hooks to pins. I like that about him. Love the way he carries down into his stifle. He's a bull, you know, as he gets out and goes, I think he flexes really, really good off his hind two. Maybe like to see him reach just a little better off his front two, and maybe it's a result of that shoulder being just a tiny bit steeper up in his front end, but very high-quality bull that's got a lot of good about him.
Well, congratulations over in the main ring. Results out of Class 11. First place went to K&S Empty Glass 318L, exhibited by K&S Cattle Company. We'll now welcome in Class 12, Maine-Anjou Spring Yearling Bulls, born March to April of 2023.
Well, here on your Maine-Anjou side, I'm going to sound quite repetitive here with some of these single entries, but very high-quality bull right here, one that's extremely loose-made. Love this one from the ground up. He's big-footed, like the angles that he has in his front knee, like the way that shoulder sits back in him. We put him into motion, and he just gets out and goes about the ring really, really nicely. Really like how high that neck ties on top of that shoulder. So once again, very, very high quality bull. It'll be fun to get him out here with some of these others.
Well, congratulations over here in the Maine-Anjou ring. Results out of Class 12. First place was exhibited by List Livestock and Shrag Nickel Cattle with SHOC Vindiction 31L. We're now going to welcome in Class 13. These are Maine-Anjou Spring Yearling Bulls, born March of 2023.
Well, again, I'm going to repeat myself, but March Spring Yearling Bull here. This one, to me, just really straightened his lines. He's very strong top bull, really extremely square out from hooks to pins. His pins sit out there wide. He's a bull that's got some length aside, very attractive up through his front 1/3. I think this is shaping up. It's going to be a really, really good high main bull drive. So when we get him out here together, once again, we'll talk about him a little more in depth.
Well, congratulations in Class 13 over here in the Maine-Anjou Bull Ring. Results out of that class will go to BOE Fady T, exhibited by Bo Perez Landing Cattle. We're now going to welcome in your final class of Maine-Anjou Bulls. Back over in the short.
A high quality bull out here, this 2-year-old bull, extremely long bodied. It's a long way from that one's nose back to his tail for me, and I really appreciate that about this bull. He's a bull from the ground up. I think he's good. We put him into motion. He gets out and goes around. He's very athletic. So another bull that's going to fit into our grand drive here rather nicely. So congratulations. Really nice 2-year-old bull.
Well, congratulations in our final class over here in the Maine Bull Show. First place exhibited by Candace Muir of Waynesfield, Ohio, with MCCF SIL Kino ET. We'll now bring all those class winners in and their respective seconds, selected grand and reserve champion, Maine-Anjou Bull. Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn. Five of our open Maine-Anjou Bull Show. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the Jim Norick Arena, let's put our hands together for our open Maine-Anjou Bull exhibitors. Well, congratulations, your late spring heifer calf champion.
Well, what an impressive drive of high Maine bulls you have out here. And, there were several single entries, so I'm going to take a minute and I'm going to go back through and kind of touch on some points that's going through my mind as I try to make my decision out here for your champion bull. This first calf he's good. He's just balanced, really complete. He's a bull that's good on his feet. Good in terms of his structure. He's very, very attractive up through that front 1/3. This bull here has got a tremendous future ahead of him, and I think he's one that could sure, he can work in your Maine-Anjou breed, and I think one to make low percents out of, breed into some other kind of cattle. I think this one here has got I think he's got an awesome future ahead of him. The bull that comes out of your second class, really long-bodied bull. He's a bull really good when we put him into motion. And I'm just going to touch on a few things. There's so many bulls out here with a lot of quality. I'm just going to tell you the little things that I nitpick on a few of them. This bull here, the way his neck ties out of the top of his shoulder and looking at this bull right in his throat, he's not quite as attractive, not quite as cool through that front 1/3. But boy, from there back, I love that bull. He's got a tremendous amount of quality about him. The bull that comes out of your third class is another one, long-bodied, stout, powerful, not quite as attractive up through his front 1/3. Maybe like to tuck his tail head down in there ever so slightly. The bull that comes out of the next class, as we talked him in his class, he's probably, he's the lightest bone bull out here in this particular lineup. But when we looked at his data, he was probably the highest CED bull that we have in this lineup. So I appreciate that about him. But as he's out here today, he just runs out a little bit of power as we compare him to some of these other cattle. The bull that comes out of your next class, extremely long-sided, extremely stout. He's a bull, as I mentioned, in that class. I'd like to change the design of his shoulder, set that shoulder in him, lay it back just a little bit, and I think that'd be a little more in terms of what I consider ideal. These next three bulls, I think, are really stout. The bull that comes out of this class right here that's standing directly in front of me, Love the way this one's neck ties high out of top of the shoulder. He's a really flexible bull. We put him into motion. He gets out and goes very, very nicely. You get the behind this bull, and you wonder when you're on his profile just how stout he is, but man, that thing's stout. You get behind him, there's a tremendous amount of width down his top, carries it all the way out through his hip and down in his lower quarter. A very, very nice bull. And is he the biggest boned one out here? No, but I like that because I think the more we try to add too much bone and too much muscle, sometimes we get into structure issues. I think this one's bone is ideal. He's big-footed, he's got a lot of bone, but I don't think it's too much. If I'm going to nitpick on this bull, it's right behind his shoulders a little bit. He wants to get just a little soft right behind his shoulders. I think it's because he's so long-bodied. I think that's why that bull does that, but he's really, really good. The bull that stands right behind him, really straight in his lines, and he's a real strong top bull. I like that about him. He's attractive up through his front 1/3. Of the 3 bulls that are standing here in our last 3 classes, he's probably the shorter-bodied bull. And he's a bull, as I study him on his hind 2, he gets a little more upright in that hock. I'd like to give him a little more flexibility right there. But again, very high-quality bull that's going to go on and be very successful through his life. Really good 2-year-old bull back here. I think when you just study this bull from the ground up, big-footed, really good in terms of his structure. And for a bull, of that age and that size to be able to get out and go like he does, I mean, he's just amazing. And then you get off and you view him from the side. That shoulder lays in there right. The angulation, I think, is ideal. He's very attractive through his front 1/3. Just very flexible type of bull. I really like that. Is he as stout as one of the other bulls in the lineup? No, but is he stout enough? I think he is. I think that's just a very well-balanced, very complete 2-year-old bull. So give these exhibitors a round of applause. Excuse me. I'm going to look at them one more time, and I'll show you which one I like to be your champion.
Well, congratulations over here in the main ring. Results out of your Open Maine-Anjou Bull Show. Your Grand Champion Bull exhibited by Candace Muir with MCC FSIL Kino ET. Reserve Champion and congratulations went to List Livestock and Shrag Nickel Cattle with Shock Vindiction 31-11. We are going to take a brief photo break over here in the main ring. We'll return back with your Maine Angus Bull Show. Back in the Shorthorn Plus ring, results out of Class 5. First place exhibited by Grady McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania with CF Mona Lisa 484 24K XET. Second place in that class was exhibited by Jet Gronke with JJK FTZS Miss Roan 01 JJET. Third place was exhibited by Marley Harris. Third place was exhibited by Carter Cornegie, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Marley Harris, and fifth place was exhibited by Cooper Hetrick. Now in the Shorthorn Plus ring is Class 6. These are early spring heifer calves.
Well, here on your Maine-Anjou side, as we start your Maine Angus show, boy, you're not letting up, are you? Because in this first class of April bulls, I mean, two really, really nice bull calves. And the bull I'm going to use to win this class, he's one to me is just complete, well-balanced. Does he blow you away anywhere? No. But he is just so fault-free. I really, really like this bull. I think he excels our bull in second by the design of his shoulder and his front knees. When we put him into motion, it becomes evident. I think this bull's just a little more fluid off of his front end than our bull in second. Yes, our bull in second's a little more wowie looking in terms of bigger boned and hairier, but I just think this bull here is just designed really, really nicely. I think he's got enough bone. I think he's got plenty of power, and I just like how loose made he is. Like how that neck ties high out of top of that shoulder. I think that's a very, very good individual to start off this class. Like this bull in second for the amount of bone and the substance he has. He's one that's got a few of those extra little bells and whistles in terms of his hair and his look he gives you from the side. But watch him exit the ring. I think he just gets a little late. He labors just a little bit out of those front two as he goes about the ring. But again, a high quality bull here to round off your first class of Maine Angus.
Well, congratulations back over in the Shorthorn ring, your early spring. Over in ring one, we have gotten started with your open Maine Angus Bull Show. Your first class in the ring was Class 15, Maine Angus Spring Bull Calves. First place was exhibited by Julia Harris of Stillwater, Oklahoma, and second place exhibited by Nash Hensley of Marklesville, Indiana. Now in the ring is Class 16. These are Maine Angus Spring Bull Calves, born February through March of 2024.
Well, here in your Maine Angus Bull Show, a March and a February calf out here, and we're going to use the March. Again, just extremely high quality bull. Both of these bulls are good at the ground, just big-footed bulls. They're square on all four corners. We put them into motion. They both get out and travel around the ring really, really nicely. But I think this bull we're leading off with, when you study him from his shoulders forward, he's a little more attractive in his chest and up through his throat, but yet he's masculine enough for me. But then he comes out of that nice shoulder, and he just explodes into a big rib cage. He's really stout out through his hip. He's a bull. I love the center body that he has. He's a little cleaner right there in his sheath than our bull that comes second in this particular class. But very, very nice bull to start off this class. And the bull in second, I love him for his power. He's stout down his top and out through his hip. And like I stated, not quite as chiseled up through that front 1/3. And maybe he's got a little more navel than what our class winner has. But those are two really good bulls in that class of Maine Angus. Well, here on your Maine Angus bull show, got an October bull that's just extremely well balanced and fault free. I mean, he's one just really admire this one coming out of the back of his shoulder, just how bold he is in his top. Carries that all the way back, and those pins sit out there wide when we get back and view him from behind. He's one, you study him from the ground. He's good-footed. Love the angle he has to that knee and how that shoulder sits in very, very nicely. So very high-quality bull. He'll be fun to get out here with some other competition.
Well, congratulations over here in the main ring. Results out of Class 16. First place was exhibited by Silvera Brothers of Firebaugh, California with SIL. Correction on that. First place was exhibited by Madison K. Loschke of Kingsdown, Kansas with MKL Gold Member 921 MET, and second place was exhibited by Silvera Brothers of Firebaugh, California. We then brought in the next class. That was Class 17, Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois. Back over to the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 10.
We're here on your Maine Angus side. Got a May bull out here, summer yearling bull. Really long-bodied bull, very attractive up through his front 1/3. He's a bull that's got some width, got some dimension. Like to change the design of his shoulder out here a little bit today. He just gets a little more upright in terms of the angle of his shoulder. But again, a high-quality bull with a lot of product to him. Well, here on your Maine Angus show, a February spring yearling bull, very attractive bull from the side. He's one that sure could withstand some competition. He gives you a good look when you get off and view him from the side. He's got a lot of extra middle to him. I really like that about him. We'll talk about him when we get him out here in your championship lineup, but another high quality bull will add to that grand drive.
Well, congratulations in Class 18. First place was exhibited by Coy Moonen and Ryan Jones of Glencoe, Oklahoma with KMEM Prestige. We'll now bring in those first and second, select a champion reserve. My apologies, we do have one more class. We have one more class. It'll be Class 19. We're just going so fast over here in the main ring. We got to keep up. Your first place in 19 was exhibited by List Livestock, Competitive Edge Genetics, and Rosebud Cattle Company with TJSC Endgame 61G ET. I'm just Currently, we have your grand drive of our Maine Angus bulls.
Well, here on your Maine Angus Bull Show drive, as in your high percent show, what a phenomenal lineup of bulls out here. We'll go through and talk about them just briefly. This bull that comes out of your first class, just very, very nice bull, just functional, complete, practical, the kind of cattle I think we need to be trying to raise. And, I don't think we need to shoot for the moon on bone or muscle and just make them complete and make them fault free. And I think this bull he checks a lot of boxes that way, and as we get him in this lineup out here, I think he's sure enough in contention. So I think just a very, very nice bull to lead off your Maine Angus show here today. Really like the bull that comes out of the second class. This bull from the ground up, he's big-footed. He's one when we put him into motion, he gets out and goes very, very nicely. He's got a little added depth to the center part of his body. And as I stated in his class, for one that sits in his shoulder so nice and ties that neck so high out of the top side of that shoulder, boy, he just explodes from there back. His rib cage is big and bold, carries that all the way back, and you get behind this bull, and he's just wide-topped, thick-ended, tremendous in terms of his stifle. That's a really, really high-quality bull calf right there. The bull that comes out of your third class here, in that class, I mean, this bull's just really a straight-line bull, big, strong-topped. He's one, again, he comes out of the back of his shoulders, really square in his top line, really square out from hooks to pins, like the length of body this bull has. Just another one that's extremely, extremely fault-free bull. As we view this bull and compare him to another bull in this lineup, does he have quite the turn to his stifle and lower one-third? I don't think he does, but he's really square and long and wide, and I appreciate that about him. Really, really high-quality bull. Bull that comes out of the next class, as we talked in that class, like to change the design of his shoulder a little bit, just set that shoulder back, give him a little more cushion in that knee. The big bull out here, boy, he gives you a killer look off when you get off and view him from the side. Extremely cool-necked, really big-centered bull. He's a bull, I'd like to strengthen him up in his top. As you view him standing there, he gets just a little weaker, and I think it's a result of he gets just a little tighter in his heart. Coming out of the back of his shoulders, he's wanting to pinch right there a little bit. He's a bull, when we put him into motions, not quite as fluid as a couple other bulls in this particular lineup, but I like him for the look he gives when you get off and view him from the side. Give him a round of applause. I'll go show you the ones I like the best.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, Maine Angus Bull, coming out of Class 16. That's MKL, gold member, 921 MET, exhibited by Madison K. Loschke of Kingstown, Kansas.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant recip program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium recip cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
Ring one, we'll get started with your maintainer bull show in just a moment. Back over to the shorthorn ring.
Maintainer Bull Show. We've got a July calf up here to start off your first class. A bull that's really long-bodied, really stout down his top and out through his hip. I'd like to maybe tweak him in terms of the design of his shoulder, but he's a bull that just sure excels in this class. I like the pattern of this bull that comes second, just really green in his overall makeup. He's a bull that cool up through his front. I think he's good at the ground. I think he's very sound. I think he just needs some maturity. I think he needs some weight. Take that bull home, feed on him really hard, and I think he could sure be competitive within this class.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn ring. Your senior heifer calf champion exhibited to the main ring to get started with your Maintainer Bull Show. Class 20 Maintainer Spring Bull calves. First place went to AZB, a royal game exhibited by Aiden Beach of Sperry, Oklahoma. And second place in that class will go to Sean Hertline. We'll now welcome in Class 21 Maintainer Spring Bull calves born May of 2024.
Well, here in your Maintainer Bull Show, two May calves out here, and just a really nice bull to start off this class. One that just covers a lot of the categories we've talked about in your earlier bull shows today. He's one that's good at the ground, tremendous in terms of his top shape and dimension, and good out through his hip. He's one, when we put him into motion, he gets out and goes good. So that's a high-quality bull that's going to, I think, could stand some more competition. Gentleman's bull that comes second, again, is a bull that just a little behind in terms of his maturity, in terms of his weight per day of age. Again, just take this bull and just needs to get some more feed through him, and I think there's some good in that bull. You get behind him, and he's wide in his pin set, so I think this bull could develop and make a nice bull for that gentleman.
ring results out of Class 21 Maintainer Spring Bull calves. First place exhibited by Silvera Brothers, Fireball, California, with SIL Trust Fund 4515M. Second place in that class exhibited by Sean Hertline. We now have Class 22 in the ring. These are Maintainer Spring Bull calves born March to April of 2024.
Well, here in your Maintainer Bull Show, another one of those really, really good bulls to start off this class. One as we talked throughout the day, just very functional, very practical type of bull. He's good at the ground. He's tremendous in terms of his power. He's a bull that can handle quite a bit of competition once again. Gets closer between 2 and 3, but to me, the bull we got here in second just has a little more shape and turn to his rib, a little more shape to his muscle, and ultimately, when we put him into motion, I think he's a little more flexible than the bull we have in third. I think this bull, with some time, with some maturity, I think this bull could be really, really nice. He's just maybe not as far along in terms of his maturity curve as our bull that wins the class. Long-bodied bull, this baldy calf that comes here in third. I really like that about him, and for being that long, you get behind him, his pin's set out there really wide. He's a big-hipped individual. When I study him in terms of his movement, I'd like to tweak that hock shape and design just a little bit, make him just a little more flexible when he goes out about the ring. Then we conclude the class with a calf that just again is behind in terms of his maturity and in his condition here today. So I think that's a bull that's, he's got some good about him. I think he's a good-footed bull. I think he's straight in his lines. Just needs to be more bull here today. Well, here in your Maintainer Bull Show, 2 February bulls out here, and I think a real logical place to start with this bull. What a good-looking calf, just extremely nice in his shoulder design, and gives you that cool look up through his front 1/3. Really long-bodied bull that when you get behind him for the look he gives you, it's got a lot of product and width and dimension to him. The really intriguing thing about this bull is when you go to the data, the spread he has from calving ease direct to low birth, and then his growth numbers, his spread is just, for a bull to have that kind of look, that kind of power, and to be at calving ease, that's a very unique individual. I like that about him. The bull that comes second in this class is one, got some width, got some product, sure like to change the way he handles his hind too. As you watch him exit the ring, he wants to get up underneath of himself a little bit when we put him into motion, but you do have to like the width and dimension that he has.
Well, congratulations back over in the Shorthorn ring. #22, first place, exhibited by Madison K. Loschke of Kingsdown, Kansas, with MKL Grandmaster 1311 MET. Second place in that class went to Shea Dirt Cheap 13M, exhibited by Shayla Sinkic of Magnolia, Ohio. We then brought in class 23. First place was exhibited by Broken M Livestock of Live Oak, California. Second place in that class went to Katie Ruckman of Hutchinson, Kansas.
Gentleman has a March spring yearling bull out here that's just really complete, really well-balanced bull. Bull that's good at the ground, good on his feet and legs. He's one that he maintains that power and width and dimension all the way from the top of his shoulder all the way back to his hip and down through his stifle. That's a really nice bull right there. I think it'll be fun to get him out here with the rest of the class winners. Congratulations.
In the Shorthorn Plus ring for the main ring, our final class in your Maintainer Bull Show. First place was exhibited by Muir Cattle Company of Waynesfield, Ohio, with MCCF Lucky Day. Now currently in ring 1, we have all of your class winners and prospective seconds, and our judge, Mr. Barry Nowatzki, will select his grand and reserve grand champion Maintainer bulls.
Well, here on your main side, as we get ready to select your champion maintainer bull, once again, as in the two previous bull drives, I'm just really amazed with the quality that these bull exhibitors have brought out here to us today. And I'll go by and touch on these just a little bit. The bull that comes out of your first class is a bull that's got a lot of width and dimension about him. As I stated in his class, I'd like to change the design of his shoulder a little bit, just lay it back. He gets a little more upright in his shoulder. Knee sits just a little bit forward off those front two. The bull that comes out of your second class is one that's just powerful in terms of width and dimension. Comes out of the back of the shoulder with tremendous amount of volume and capacity. He's got that added depth of body that we like to see. You know, he's a bull. I'd like to jack that neck up out of the top of the shoulders a little bit. He wants to maybe ever so slightly run downhill. But I appreciate that one for the amount of volume, amount of capacity he has. And of a few of the other bulls in this lineup that are in contention, I think the design of his shoulder is just a little more ideal in terms of how he has the slope to his shoulder, how he handles his front two. The bull that comes out of the next class, out of class 3, from his shoulders back, I love this bull. Power, dimension, width, shape. I really, really like that. I'd like to change this bull again in his shoulder design. I'd like to square him up on his front two. That's a really high quality bull. If we could tweak that front end just a little bit, I'd like him even a great deal more. Real attractive bull that comes out of the next class, a long-sided bull. And as we talked about him in his particular class, the spread this bull has from birth to weaning, I mean, it's just amazing for a calving-eased bull to have that kind of look and be that attractive, but yet have that kind of width and power and dimension as you come out of the back of his shoulders and out through his hip. I think that's a very unique individual. I would also like to tweak this bull in his front too, and his shoulders. He wants to toe out ever so slightly. When we put him into motion, he doesn't handle those front two quite ideal for me here today. Real complete bull that comes out of the last class. I mean, he's one just good-footed, really sound. Bull gets around the ring very, very nicely. Very well-balanced bull that's really hard to pick a hole in. So give him a round of applause. I'll go show you the two bulls I like to be your Grand and Reserve.
Well, congratulations, your Grand Champion Maintainer Bull, exhibited by Muir Cattle Company of Waynesfield, Ohio, with MCCF Lucky Day. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion, exhibited by Silvera Brothers, Firebaugh, California, with SIL Trust Fund 4515M. Well, again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll take a brief photo break, return back with your Full-Blood Bull Show. Bull Show over here in the Maine-Anjou ring. First class in. This is class 25, full-blood bull calves born May of 2024.
Well, here as we start your full-blood bull show, really nice individual to start off the show. There's two May calves out here, and just from just from balance and want to be incomplete, I think this bull just is a logical place to start. He's soft in terms of his rib cage. He's got a little more width and dimension than our bull that's in second. So I think a really good place to start. I think both of these bulls, I'd like to just when we view the data, lighten them up a little bit in terms of their birth, but nice bull to start off the class. Long-bodied bull that comes second. Just, maybe like to see a little substance of bone, maybe a little more depth of body to him to compete with the class winner here today.
Well, congratulations in our first class of full-blood bulls. First place exhibited by Wyatt Ebersol of Kellerton, Iowa, with ECC Maverick 521M. Second place in that class was exhibited by Fancy Creek Farm, Prairie Cross, Sherman, Illinois, with FCF Red Cedar 453M. We'll now welcome in class 26. These are full-blood bull calves born March to April of 2024.
Well, here in your full-blood bull show, three nice bulls. We have 2 Aprils and a March out here, and gentleman's bull we're going to use. I think when you study him just in terms of balance and in style and one that's got some eye appeal from the side, I think this is a logical place to start. The bull, I think, is the stoutest in terms of his top shape and dimension that he has. And he's one, when we put him into motion, he gets out and goes relatively well. Maybe like to square him up ever so slightly on those front two. Concerns me a little bit the way his testicles are twisted. I'd like to see those squared up just a little bit. But I think in terms of style and balance, I think that's the place we need to start. The bull that comes next, a really good structured bull. He probably gets out and moves as good as any of these 3 bulls, but he just gives up some width, some dimension, and some style and balance as we compare him to our class winner. The bull that comes third in this class, he's got some width and dimension down his top and out through his hip, but he wants to slope from hooks to pins quite a bit, and when we put him into motion, I think he labors the most to get around the ring here today.
Well, congratulations over in the full-blood ring. Results out of Class 26. First place exhibited by Fancy Creek Farm in Prairie Cross with FCF Red Eagle 436M. Second place was exhibited by Smoky Mains as well as third place. We'll now welcome in Class 27. These are full-blood fall bull calves born December of 23. Well, back over in the Shorthorn ring, we are going to get started with our special presentation this morning. Before we get started with your Shorthorn show, we are pleased to introduce the
Well, here on the Maine-Anjou side in your full-blood bull show, a single entry bull out here, December fall bull. Bull's kind of a bigger frame bull, if you will, but he's got some top shape and some dimension to him. Really long-sided bull. Maybe like to change the design of his shoulder a little bit as we view him in his front too, but a bull that's sure useful in his type and kind. I think he'll go out and make a good herd bull for that gentleman.
7. First place in that class went to FCF Cardinal 315, exhibited by Fancy Creek Farm and Prairie Cross. We'll now welcome in Class 28 to the full-blood ring.
Well, a single entry June bull here in your full-blood bull show. This bull, when you get off and view him from the side, he's good and strong in his top. He gives you a good look from the side. You know, ideally, we'd maybe like to soften him up in the center part of his body and back and through his flank just a little bit, but I like the design of this bull's shoulder. He gets out and moves really good off of his front, too. So I think a really nice bull here in this class as a single entry.
And congratulations in Class 28 over here in the full-blood ring. First place went to MCCH Stockings, exhibited by McCulloch Cattle Company, Maxwell, Texas. We'll now look to see Class 29. These will be full-blood junior yearling bulls born March of 23. Well, back over in the shorthorn ring, we
Your Maine-Anjou side and your full-blood bull show, really long-bodied bull as a single entry out here. He's a March junior yearling. I like this bull, the way his shoulder lays into him, how attractive he is from his shoulder forward. That neck ties really high out of the top of those shoulders, and the bull's designed really, really nicely. He's good down his top. He's a really good performing bull. Just a really nice, solid bull here as a junior yearling representative.
Well, congratulations back in the shorthorn ring to start out. For the full-blood ring, results out of Class 29, first place went to FCF Red Thunder 38L, exhibited by Fancy Creek Farm in Prairie Cross. Grand Champion Full-Blood Bull here in your Maine-Anjou show. After this selection, we will go into the Junior Maine-Anjou Female show. We'll be looking to start with Class 31. Just a reminder to everyone in the stands and our main exhibitors, we are not taking a photo break after the selection of these bulls going into our Junior Female show.
Here in the Maine-Anjou ring, as we bring your full-blood bulls out here to select your champion. It's been a nice show, and we're not going to go through and talk about these in particular bulls. I think the bull that's going to win the bull show, just in terms of style and balance, and one being fault-free, and combines it with a real nice look. So very useful set of bulls. Give them a round of applause, if you will, and I'll go select your champion.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Fullblood Bull here at the Cattleman's Congress, exhibited by Wyatt Ebersol with ECC Maverick 521M. And congratulations, reserve grand champion will go to FCF Red Eagle 436M, exhibited by Fancy Creek Farm and Prairie Cross. We'll get the ring cleared. We're going to get started with your junior Maine-Anjou female show here just in a moment.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant reset program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium reset cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
took one day off to kind of study or take in the Cattlemans, and then we're back here to the junior show. We had an awesome show here a couple days ago with the maintainers and the Maine-Anjou, and I think the Maine breeders are going to bring out an outstanding set of females today as well. The breed is really, really strong right now, and you can tell these heifers are really high quality. I just like the extra body of the blue-tagged heifer. I guess when I get off the side, I see just a little more curvature to her rib cage. I think she's just got a broodier center to her. She's a little bit more opened up in her skeletal width at the ground, and I just think her rib cage and the amount of capacity she has coming back into her rear rib is really nice. Just a nice female from just proportions and balance, and it just kind of comes together extremely well. Just a high-quality female. This one is really nice to look at, and I would argue she's longer bodied than the first heifer. Probably more extension up through her front end than the first heifer, and that's a big bone one too. A little more closed up front. She actually wants to turn her front feet out just a little bit, and I see her just a little flatter into her rib cage, and just flatter in terms of just skeletal width relative to the first one, and that's it. But nonetheless, that's just a really high quality heifer. Really shapely heifer to go third. A little younger. I like the muscle expression she has. A lot of power in that one. Just needs a little more rib cage, just a little bit more, I guess, body to move up in this class. So great start to the show. Congratulations.
Results out of our first class of heifers. First place went to VYV-YAN Blowing Bubbles, exhibited by Chloe Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to McKenna Smith of Hubris, Wisconsin. And third place will go to Bailey Matlock of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, class 32, Maine-Anjou's spring heifer calves, born April of 2024. Back over the Shorthorn ring.
different types and kinds, and you have a big stout wide one, a really kind of feminine attractive heifer, some high volume cattle here in the midsection of the class, so a lot of variety. I like your heifer the best, young lady. I think she's the stout one in terms of width of skeleton. Her spring of rib is really good. You stand right behind her, there's a lot of natural thickness. She's a big boned, free moving heifer, so kind of a nice heifer to start off this class. The heifer in second's better fronted than yours. I guess if I was to give her an advantage, she's really nice in terms of just that cleanliness and extension up through her neck. She's just a little kind of green. I don't think she's quite as far along as some of these other heifers, but there's a really nice future in this heifer. She's built really nice. Maybe that left front foot, I don't know what's going on there, but she wants to be a little bit turned out on that left front foot, but still a high quality, really attractive, kind of a futuristic kind of female. The heifer here comes next is a really high volume, big centered heifer. I read her just a little straighter up in her shoulder too. She wants to turn her front feet out just a little bit. Maybe give her a little more bone and substance really to match that extra heavy skeleton like the first place heifer has. But a really wide-based heifer, tremendous amount of muscle. Yours too, young man, a lot of dimension in your heifer. She just gets a little shorter about her neck. Wants to kind of rock forward just a little bit. I like to just see her a little better the way she's built in terms of her shoulder angle, but that's a high volume, big centered heifer. It's certainly going to be a nice cow prospect for you. And then we finish up with a heifer that's got some muscle shape down her top. I see some extension to this heifer. Just needs to be a little stouter in terms of heaviness of bone and foot size. Just like to see her a little longer body. But a nice set of cattle. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Maine-Anjou ring, results of class 32. First place went to CFF CC Candy Crush 192 MET, exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio. Second place in that class was exhibited by Lana Danielson of Mustang, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Grace Schutte of Greensburg, Indiana. Fourth place was exhibited by Cooper Soley, and fifth place went to Lillian Christian. Now in the ring is class 33, Maine-Anjou Spring Heifer Calves, born April of 2024. And back over to the Shorthorn ring, results out of
Well, congratulations to the families behind these cattle. These are just a tremendous class, and I'd argue, I'd watched a few shows yesterday and a few shows the day before, I'd argue the Maine-Anjou breeders can bring out some of the deepest classes here at the Cattleman's. There's quality all the way through this group, and really, you guys, you did an outstanding job with the showmanship and the presentation. I guess to me, this was my first place heifer. I judge a lot of pig shows too, so in the pig world, the first look is so important. When they come in the ring at a pig drive, that's the best time to get a good look. And when your heifer come in, young lady, your black and white heifer, that first look is really impressive. She's very free in her movement. She's got a really nice silhouette from the side. She's a deep rib female. There's enough natural thickness when you get behind this heifer that she's not just kind of a narrow, flat one, and she's a good, sound, moving heifer. So that's a nice heifer. Congratulations on your class-winning female. This one kind of grew on me. She's a little bit tentative out here, so she's kind of swishing her tail a lot, and that may at times make her look just a little kind of up in her loin just a little bit, but the young man does a nice job when he gets her kind of settled and relaxed. That's a really wide-based, robust heifer. I love just the cow power she has. She's wide through her chest. There's a good spring and shape to her rib, and just a good stout one. I don't think she's extended as the first heifer. She doesn't quite have that extra depth, the rear flank the first heifer has. But that's a very, very complete heifer in your rip-eared heifer. This heifer here is really stout. I'd argue she's the heaviest boned heifer in the class. She's arguably maybe one of the freer moving heifers in the class. She's just a little shallower in terms of her body, not quite as deep in the rear flank, and she probably gets a little bit, maybe a little extra neck kind of on her. She doesn't look quite as neat as those others, but that really doesn't bother me too much, but she's a really sound, heavy bone, good structured heifer. This heifer is really unique. I wish she had a little more body, a little more forerib. Her rear flank is full, but right behind her shoulder, she kind of tightens up just a little bit. She's a long-bodied, really attractive heifer, maybe the second nicest profiling heifer in the class. Here's a muscular heifer that I thought just got a little round out of her rump. Didn't move quite as free and easy, but she's a wide-centered, kind of a big-bodied heifer. The heifer that comes here next kind of gets a little bit, the young man in the purple. At times I catch this heifer just kind of popping her pastures just a little bit. She's a nice, deep-ribbed heifer, and I think if she can kind of get more relaxed and move better, but she is probably one of the more rigid moving heifers off her pasture, and every once in a while, we'll just kind of get up and stiff there. I like to just see her a little better moving. This is a wide-based, thick heifer that got a little round out of her rump, needs a little more bone, but certainly some extra muscle. And the heifer that finishes, a nice moderate-sized heifer that just needs to be a little sounder. I like to stretch her out a rib or two. But a good set of cattle, great set of cattle on that top end. Congratulations.
First place was exhibited by Hadley Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska with BBR Majestic 655 MET. Second place will go to Tyler Miller of Atlanta, Illinois with BBR Addy 103M. Third place was exhibited by Morgan Neal of Bellevue, Ohio. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Julia Harris, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fifth place was exhibited by correction on that, we have sixth place went to Grant Rumpel with Decatur, Indiana. Seventh place went to Gage Pickens of Medill, Oklahoma. And eighth place went to Brazos Heck of Fitzhugh, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 34, Maine-Anjou's Spring Heifer Calves, born March of 2024. Back to the Shorthorn ring, result.
Congratulations, young ladies. You brought out a nice trio of heifers. I went with the most complete one, in my opinion, as far as the combination of balance, body volume, natural thickness, and maybe to add on to that, the structural soundness. I think she's just more comfortable, particularly as she just travels behind. She's not nearly as stout. This is one of the most unique heifers I've seen in the 3 days here as far as just way out there. Just so heavy bone and so wide based. But I don't know quite if I'm comfortable with the way she gets off behind. And actually, I'd actually like to see a little more strength to her pash turn. I know we like, a lot of these guys like these really squishy-footed ones. But, if you study from other industries, the sheep industry, the hog industry, if you get them too squishy, you're going to run into some foot problems down the road if you go too far in that trade. And she just doesn't quite move good enough. But that heifer that wins the class, very correct, very free and easy, very complete. Like I said, out there in terms of width, and you guys know, you've heard me, I like power, I like width, I like muscle in cattle, and this one has it. If she can handle those rear two just a little bit better for me, then that's my class winner. But today I'm just going to have to go with the heifer that I think just moves a little bit better. And then the heifer that comes here third is the profile heifer. I'd argue she's the nicest pattern in terms of just pure beauty and femininity of the three we had in class. Coming at you, going away. She's just a little too narrow relative to those other heifers. She's the narrowest based one in class. I'd just like to see some more skeletal width to go along with that extra good look from the side. So nice set of heifers, three uniquely different ones. Congratulations.
For first place went to CFCC Sugar 173M, exhibited by Adeline Blankenship, West Burlington, New York. Second place in that class will go to CFCC Versace 719M, exhibited by Kennedy Brogdon of Waxahachie, Texas. And third place was exhibited by Zoe Cottrell of Lawton, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, class 35. These are Maine-Anjou spring heifer calves born February of 2024. And back in the Shorthorn ring, results out of class
Boy, another outstanding set. These high mains are just wonderful cattle, and there's just tremendous quality, and I'm sure heifers down there, they're going to win jackpots and shows, and maybe even an hour from now could win that deal here, so that's okay. These are my favorite two because I think they're the most complete. I think they're the sounder, free, or moving ones, and I think they still maintain some skeletal width of base as they travel. That's my issue with the third place heifer. She's so beautiful from the side, but coming and going, she closes up as many, more than most heifers in the class. I just like to see some natural width of base in that heifer. But this heifer here is just outstanding in terms of just her completeness. Gentleman does an outstanding job showing her. She's heavy boned. She's got a stout look about her. She's in a nice condition. That's my issue with the fourth place heifers. I think she's not quite as trim as some of these other heifers. And I like this heifer's condition, length of body. She's got some performance look to her. So there's some extra length of hip. As she goes away from you, she's squared on her top. There's a really good stout look to her. She travels away. She takes a good stout stride behind. That's a nice heifer. This guy, he's fun to talk to out here, a really nice young man, and I thought that heifer just grew on me. She's not the big, high-performing one, but she looks like her weight per day of age, but I think she's really got one of the better rib shapes, and that heifer gets out and reaches. She's almost a little too athletic that she wants to run on the young man, but that heifer can get out and grab a gear, and she's got a good stride behind, and she's got a really square-built look to her from behind. This is a really good profiling heifer. High neck, high neck tying, and just really wonderful from the side. But you get right behind this heifer, she ranks 4 out of 4 in terms of skeletal width. She's the flattest in terms of her rib shape and just needs a little bit more muscle and natural width for me. But certainly a beautiful heifer when you look at her from the side view profile. This heifer is tremendously high volume, a lot of depth of rib. She's probably got a little more condition on than some of these other heifers. I'd like to see her stouter in her underpinning. You know, she's really big up top. It doesn't really match her at the ground. She's got one of the smaller foot sizes of the top end. Need just a really stouter underpinning for this heifer to really complete her for me. But boy, she's big-bodied, big-centered. At times, she gets a little short out of her hip. At times, she just kind of got a little choppy as well. But that's not the big part of her issue for me. It's just like the stoutener up at the ground. Here's a really nice profiling heifer. Little green. I like that about her. She'll make a nice junior yearling, maybe one of the sounder heifers. Just needs a little more rib today, a little more depth of rear flank. But that's a good heifer. You're going to have a lot of fun with that heifer, young lady. Heifer that comes in behind, a thick, stout, kind of square-built one, just needs to be a little bit longer in terms of her head and neck. I just like to extend her up front, notch her tail down just a little bit, and just see her a little stouter at the ground. And the heifer that concludes the class, another good, high-quality, high main. We have a really good show today. Just a heifer that needs to be a little bit more extended to me. Just probably like to make her a little nicer up through her front end. But that's a good, muscular heifer. Congratulations on your heifer as well.
results out of class 35. First place was BMW Dunk Exactly 212 MET, exhibited by Adam Alfs of Shickley, Nebraska. Second place went to Hudson Carter of Stratford, Oklahoma. Third place, Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana. Fourth place in that class went to McClay Gensini of Hennepin, Illinois. Fifth place was exhibited by Macy McNeff of Mustang, Oklahoma. Sixth place, and congratulations to Kennedy Lockhart. Seventh was exhibited by Emma Bella. We're now in the ring with class 36. These are Maine-Anjou spring heifer calves, born January of 2024. We will go into division after this class.
Good job with your heifers, gentlemen. This is a close pair on the top, and I guess to me, I went with the heifer that I think is more correct in the way her shoulder is designed. The slope of her shoulder from her top of her shoulder, the point of her shoulder, I think she is just a little better in the way her knees are, the laid-back, flexible look she gives me in her knee, and that's a really deep-ribbed heifer. She's the deepest-bodied heifer we have in the class in terms of depth of rib. This one is kind of like that second-place heifer a while back, that really out-there kind of heifer. So much squareness to this heifer down her top, so much squareness right out through her hip, and just a power heifer. You can see she's kind of maybe just a little rock forward in the way she's made up front. Her neck comes out just maybe not quite as correct as the first-place heifer, but rib and body and muscle, certainly just a powerful female, very, very close pair. This is the longest bodied. I think she's probably the most performance driven. She looks like she can generate some performance cattle. Tremendous extension from end to end. I'd like to see her a little deeper to match those other heifers. Maybe even notch her frame size down just a little bit to kind of let her kind of fill out a little bit and come together. But a really feminine, extremely long-bodied, attractive heifer as well. So congratulations on a nice class.
And congratulations, Class 36. First place was exhibited by Kason Lee of Paris, Arkansas, with Dust Miss Rocket 33 MET. Second place in that class went to Scott Swanick of Dexter, Minnesota. And third place was exhibited by Barrett Evans of Dover, Ohio. We're now going to bring all of your first and seconds in. Our judge will select his Champion Reserve Junior Heifer Calves. Our judge in the Junior Maine-Anjou ring today, Mr. Kyle Rosenboom of Roberts, Wisconsin.
Well, I think this is a pretty important decision because this is probably a division that's going to want to be in contention at the end as we get them out here because you guys brought out some just very, very high-quality heifers, and it's fun to, as a judge to look at them, and certainly you need to be proud of the presentation you have them in and the fitting and all those things that go behind and the feeding and the management, all those things that go behind making such really fun cattle look at. As a judge, it's really fun. I don't have them this good. I don't see this every day as we're traveling with the judging team. Sometimes you don't have quite the greatest workouts, but just as a judge, it really feels neat to see them in the show ring environment and just see how good people can make cattle. I'm not going to take a time to go through all of them because we got a big day ahead of us, and Barry's got the open show yet, but I can tell you these cattle to me are the ones that kind of put a lot of good things together. There's still some really unique pieces. There's so much extra bone and foot size in that second heifer. There's so much muscle in some of these heifers down here, but they carry it so gracefully. They're not muscular and round, but they're stout, thick cattle that are still sound and feminine. So that's unique. That's a unique kind of cattle, and that's hard to build one. Then there's a really deep-ribbed, really broody kind of heifer right here. And then there's a really, I think, a heifer long-term, probably as good as any as this young man right here, the tall young man. She's so trim, but yet so nice to look at. She's not skinny to the point where she's a little too green, but she's just in a nice condition. She moves good. She's stout. Maybe not quite as deep as some of these other heifers quite yet, but you put her together really nice today. So a great set of cattle. The heifer on the end started off the show. She's a tremendous, high-quality female. Maybe not quite as stout at the ground and as wide tracking as some of these other heifers in terms of skeletal width, but her side view profile and her rib shape is just beautiful. So congratulations to everybody. I'll pick this division and we'll keep moving.
Well, congratulations, champion in that division, exhibited by Hadley Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska, with BBR Majestic 655 MET. And congratulations, reserve in that division, exhibited by Adam Elfs of Shigley, Nebraska, with BMW Dunk exactly 212 MET. Again, congratulations to all of our junior heifer calf exhibitors. Get the ring cleared, get started with class 37. These will be Maine-Anjou winter heifer calves, born November of 2023.
really nice pair of heifers these gentlemen have brought out. I think these just look like they're going to make nice mama cows. They're medium-framed heifers. They're really feminine, have a nice look about them. Just look like they're going to be broody kind of females. The one that I used to start the pair, I think, just has more body. She's a deeper ribbed heifer. I think when you stand right behind her, too, there's just more natural width of base and just more dimension as you read her off both ends of her skeleton. The heifer in second maybe is a little bit neater right through her neck, just maybe a little flatter in the way her shoulders put together. And the heifer in second's really level. She gives you a nice level look down her top behind her shoulder. Like to change the way she hinges off her rear leg and just drop her belly in her just a little bit more with a little more internal dimension. But nice set of heifers. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 37, first place, exhibited by Wyatt Ebersol of Kellerton, Iowa, with ECC Tiana 145L, and second place in that class went to Ryder Heater of Raymond, Kansas. Now in the ring, your final class before our Fall Heifer Calf Division. This is Class 38, Maine-Anjou Fall Heifer Calves, born September to October of 23.
Four kind of different heifers here. Kind of the medium-framed heifer that looks like a brood cow, probably the better than the other ones in terms of that extra rib and fleshing ability, is the white underline heifer. She is the soundest of the group. I think she gets out and goes on the best feet and legs in the class. And from this view, you can see she's got a very nice sweeping rib shape to her. We've had some others today that probably have a little more true extension and maybe just a little more length from end to end, but that's a really nice heifer in terms of soundness, function, really good brood cow prospect. Most muscular heifer's in second. She's really a wide-based stout. I like that stoutness of bone. She's a muscular, thick, wide constructed kind of heifer. She's a heifer, though, that gets up in her loin just a little bit and just maybe is just a little tighter moving as she gets off her hip and hind leg. The white flanked heifer here just needs a little more depth. When you get off the side, she's a little bit more tight in her forerib shape. She's a little more moderate size probably than the heifer ahead of her, and she's a little more correct, maybe right in her upper loin, but like to just drop her belly just a little bit more, and she too could probably be a little bit sounder, particularly as she displays a little bit off her front end. And then the heifer that comes here next, long-bodied, one of the nicer topped heifers in the class, just needs more rib in her own right. When you get right into her forerib shape, she comes up just a little tighter right behind her shoulder and into her heart girth. So just like to expand her out just a little bit. But a nice set of heifers. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the main ring. Results out of Class 38, Maine-Anjou Fall Heifer Calves. First place went to BKMT Lynx 3004L, exhibited by Teddy Kraft of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to CMCC Lucky Money 3006 LET, exhibited by Isaac Grimaldo of Medill, Oklahoma. Third place, and congratulations goes to Neely Davis of Wheeler, Texas. And fourth place in that class, exhibited by Lila Bullard. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve fall calf. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, we are getting
division here. I'd argue that these four probably look more alike than that division of heifer calves, because we had so much variety in those heifers, from a really stout one to a pretty one to a deep one. But these kind of all look alike. They're kind of the same frame score, and they all kind of have that same depth of rib. When you look at it from the side, just standing here at a 50-yard line, they all kind of have a similar look. I think there's one that's probably just a little sounder than the other, and that's why it's going to be her advantage here in this division. Young lady with the vest, you're going to win this division. Congratulations. You want to shake my hand?
Well, congratulations over here in the Maine-Anjou ring. Your fall heifer champion coming out of Class 38. That was BKMT Lynx 3004L, exhibited by Teddy Kraft of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Reserve champion will come out of Class 37. That was exhibited by Wyatt Ebersol of Kellerton, Iowa. Now in the ring, Class 39. These are Maine-Anjou late summer yearling heifers, born June to July of 2023. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results out of our
4 different types in here, and I'm going to land on the soundest one. She's the most flexible heifer in the class, and she's really the one that suits me the best in terms of just getting out and going. She looks like a brood cow. She's not the pretty slick neck ones that we've seen in some other divisions. I think she's going to make a great cow. She's got a really mama look to her, and she's the deepest, she's the longest, but most importantly, she's the only one that I feel comfortable with just getting out and going with a free and easy stride. So congratulations, young lady, on your brood cow prospect there. All 3 of these other heifers are better fronted if you just want to say they're more tidy than her, and I get that. This heifer here is much cleaner up front, and she's got a fancy look about her, but she needs to be probably a little more opened up in terms of her rib cage, and she just needs to handle her hip and hind leg a little bit better for me out here. The heifer that comes here next is one of the longer pattern kind of performance oriented looking kind of females. She's just a little shallow in the way her body shape is made. Just like to see her deeper with just a little bit more rear rib and flank. And then a really kind of a neat one to look at in terms of bone and presentation and that up-headed, exotic kind of look. She just gets, to me, too straight as she travels off both ends. I just like to see her just more functional in the way she travels. So nice set of heifers, a lot of differences. Congratulations.
Class 39, first place was exhibited by Grace Raymond of Upland, Nebraska with RJC Dana 3112 LET. Second place went to Ainsley Williams of Van Alstyne, Texas. Third place was exhibited by Layla Houghton, and fourth place, Hollis Driscoll. Now in the ring is Class 40. These are Maine-Anjou early summer yearling heifers born May of 2023. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results of Class
I think in this class, this black and white one with the blaze here, she kind of just looks like the other class one. Is very high volume heifer. She's deep and has a nice look from the side, the way her chest goes back into her rear flank, and she profiles really nice. You did a really good job getting her ready as far as fitting and presentation. If I could just change her on her feet just a little bit. She's a little shallower in her heel, and some of her claws are getting a little bit long and kind of curling in that right rear foot. And as she goes, she wants to kind of turn on them just a little bit. But that's a nice heifer as she stands there. Depth of body, expansion of rib cage is really good in your female. High-performing heifer is going to generate some performance kind of cattle, long-bodied, heavy-boned. She gets a little lower in her neck-shoulder junction, doesn't have that nice rib cage in her that the first place heifer has, but performance-driven. I think she'll raise some nice cattle in terms if you're making some bulls out of that one. Here's a very muscular heifer. I like to just open her up in terms of just make her a little bit longer in terms of her length of front end, make her longer out of her hip, and just give her just a little bit more size and extension just to kind of match those other heifers on an age basis. So nice set of cattle. Congratulations. Well, good job, everybody in this division. These two aren't as maybe as similar as the last division. These are two different styles. Really a broody one here, and I know she's probably got a little extra skin up in her front end and in her brisket area, but I think if I would just have to pick one that may be the soundest, freest moving one we might have seen all day, her skeleton is just, she just floats out here in terms of flexibility and soundness. Deep-bodied, high-volumed. Again, maybe just a little looser fronted than ideal, but a really good cow prospect. Yours is really fancy to look at. She's just so nice necked and level. I like to change the way her feet are kind of made behind and see her just maybe grab the ground just a little bit better there as she travels. But two great kind of cattle out here. Young lady that came out of the first division with that really nice brood cow prospect, or first class. You're going to win this division. You're going to be second with the Blaze. Congratulations, guys.
Last division, your champion exhibited by Grace Raymond of Upland, Nebraska, with RJC Dana 3112 LET, and reserve exhibited by Waylon Dishman of Warner, Oklahoma. Now in the main ring, class 41, these are Maine-Anjou late spring yearling females born April of 2023. Back to the shorthorn ring, results.
here is going to win the class. Tremendous amount of internal dimension in this heifer, but yet she still, I think, is the soundest, best reaching heifer off both ends of her skeleton, and yet when she gets to the ground, there's some bone and foot size. Kind of a nice deal. There's some longer bodied heifers than her, longer fronted heifers than her. I'd argue the second place heifer is more extended about her neck and head, but just a real powerful, broody kind of heifer here to start this first class of this division. The next heifer comes in here, just really a nice profiling heifer. I like her youthfulness just a little bit better than the heifer behind her. I think she kind of just looks like her age and just kind of has that nice head and just youthful look about her. She's in a nice condition. I just wish that heifer could just set down those rear legs just with more stability. She just kind of wants to get a little stiff and a little up on her ankles. I just wish she would just track a little freer. But other than that, everything else about her, I just love her femininity, love her balance. The heifer that comes here next is just a big, stout performance kind of heifer who's long and thick and powerful. Just a little bit more awkward the way she gets out of her hip, and I'd just like to tidy her up just a little bit, maybe lean her up just a little bit through her front 1/3.
Main ring results at class 41. First place went to SCHM Little P 332L. 332L exhibited by Sienna Dietrich of Hortonville, Wisconsin. Second place in that class was exhibited by Wesley Wagner of Lott, Texas. In third place, exhibited by Tyler Miller of Atlanta, Illinois. Now in the ring, class 42. These are Maine-Anjou junior yearling heifers born January to February of 23. And back over in the shorthorn ring,
Nice class of big heifers here. I'm going to go with the one that's already got the calf on her side as a surprise, I think. But boy, this one's really nice. She kind of matches that heifer that won the class before. Kind of nice medium frame score cattle that have extra body volume. This one's probably a little more angular and kind of wedges back just a little bit better than the one in second. The way she's just smooth in her shoulder, but it comes back into an expansive rib cage. I also think she's maybe strides ahead a little more correct than the heifer in second in terms of just a true stride behind from her hock to the ground, and just a nice heifer here to start the class. And congratulations. I'm glad it all went well for you and you didn't have any problems there with that first calf. Here's a big girl. She's up in the 1800s, and that's a lot of heifer there. And I just wish maybe as she goes behind, she kind of misses her stride. And in this dirt, it's really easy to see that. And she's kind of outside herself just a little bit as she goes relative to the heifer that beat her. And she's maybe not quite as nice in her shoulder for rib junction, but that's a good, big, stout heifer. I mean, she's deep and she's thick and she's wide. I don't know if she's maybe a little much relative to that first place heifer, but that's a power kind of female. The heifer that comes here next is really, really muscular, big top, a lot of hip, a lot of expression. She just gets a little bit more straight. She gets straight in her shoulder. She wants to be a little straight at her hock. I'd just like to see her move more correct out here, but great set of cattle, really interesting trio. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over in the main ring. First place out of our final class in our junior show, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. That's LLL Lux 101L. Second place was exhibited by McClay Gensini of Hennepin, Illinois. And third place exhibited by Carson Bailey of Hydro, Oklahoma. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select a champion reserve in our final division.
Well, this has been a great division of bigger heifers here, and these two class winners are just outstanding and really fun to look at as a judge. Your heifer is just so broody. I just can't get over the mass and the substance she has and the natural thickness she has, but yet her running gear is sound as she gets out and goes. There'll be a little bit prettier fronted, I'd argue, just the neatness. There'll be others that probably excel her in that one specific trait, but she still looks like a nice mama cow to me. I'm not worried about that. Just love the density and just the stoutness. Boy, they look that good after having a calf. I wish my cows could do that, because that one looks like she hasn't really missed a beat. Just pretty to look at from the side and long and level out of her hip, so good out of her hip. Maybe could be just a little stouter at the ground. Her foot and her heel are just a little more fragile, but that's a good-looking, deep-ribbed heifer that's got a lot of extension. Big power female in second, and a nice heifer over here that was second. So congratulations. My favorite heifer in this division will be the young lady in the blue sweater. Congratulations to you, young man, with your pair. You're going to be second. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Maine-Anjou ring out of your final division. Your champion junior yearling heifer came out of class 41. That was SCHM Little P 332L, exhibited by Sienna Dietrich of Hortonville, Wisconsin. Reserve champion, and congratulations went to Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, result. Over in ring one, we'll bring all those division champion and reserves into the ring. And our judge, Mr. Kyle Rosenboom, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, junior Maine-Anjou females. For those of you just joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, we would like to remind you that if you are interested in taking home some Cattleman Congress swag, please be sure to head on over to the Cattleman's Collection in Barn 3. Again, the Cattleman's Collection is located in Barn 3.
Well, as I finish up my time here at the Cattleman's, I sure do appreciate the opportunity and the invitation, the Maine-Anjou staff and the Cattleman's staff who allowed me to come down here. Like I said 2 days ago, I've never judged in the state of Oklahoma. I've almost went to about every state, but this is one I've not been able to do. And to be here at this prestigious Cattleman's is a really big honor, so thank you for asking me. Also, I want to thank the ring staff, the board of directors here, and this breed association is outstanding, but the board of directors are the youth directors here that are helping me in the ring. Boy, they kept the show moving quickly. They were great with tailing cattle. They helped out the young people. The other day we had some heifers get a little bit antsy and get in the way and wanted to fight the young people's. The young people in the blue coats helped them extremely well and made that junior show a great experience for those little kids, because you don't want to sour them too early on a heifer that gets kind of ornery. So the youth directors out here have did an outstanding job keeping the ring flowing. Blake and the crew and Josh Cribbs behind the barn here, getting the cattle lined up and keeping them running through today. It's been exceptional. So thank you for the honor. It's a very, very big privilege to be out here. I'm just a small part of the Cattleman's, but I really appreciate being asked. You guys do an outstanding job. Your kids are doing a great job showing. And I love judging junior shows, probably, because I get to work with the young people. I try to talk to as many as I can throughout the day and just ask them little questions about what's the name of your heifer or something like that, or birth dates. And that kind of loosens up things out here, takes some of the tension off. So really great job. outstanding set of cattle. I think you guys will have a fun time with these heifers later today, and then in these younger heifers, you're going to have some fun times down the road. I'm not going to take any time to really discuss them. You know what I like as far as when I talk about them in class. You know where I picked on them just a little bit. But all in all, great set of cattle. Congratulations. And again, thank you for asking me to work with your juniors here the past 2 days. Good luck to everybody.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion junior Maine-Anjou female coming out of our junior yearling division. That was Sienna Dietrich of Hortonville, Wisconsin with CHHM little p 332L. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion exhibited by Hadley Dunklau, Wayne, Nebraska. That's BBR Majestic 655 MET. Again, congratulations to our junior Maine-Anjou exhibitors. And a special thank you to our judge, Mr. Kyle Rosenboom of Roberts, Wisconsin.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant reset program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium reset cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
Well, here in your Maine-Anjou ring, as we start your open Maine-Anjou show, tremendous amount of quality in these three heifers. We have two Mays up front here and then a June heifer to conclude our class. Really close here on this top pair, and this is how I see them. I think your heifer that I'm going to lead off with, when we put these two cattle into motion, I think this one's a little more fluid in terms of her movement, particularly off her hind two. I just like the way she gets out and reaches. She covers her track very, very nicely. As we compare her to the heifer in second, I do think she's a little deeper from the center part of her body back in through her flank. Just a really nice place to start off. I like this heifer in second. Just you get behind her and she blows you away in terms of power. But as I stated, I think the movement out of her back too, I think she just gets a little tighter up in her hip for me, and she wants to swing those two hind legs. As a result of that, it causes her to be just a little short from covering her stride here today. Get that tweaked, get that fixed, and this is a really, really good one because for a feminine, maternal-looking female, she's got a lot of power to her, so I really appreciate that. The June heifer that comes next just gives up a little overall volume and mass as we compare her to the two class winners. I'd like to loosen her up on both ends of her skeleton as well.
Well, congratulations. Over here in ring one, we are starting with your open Maine-Anjou female show. First class in the ring was class 43, Maine-Anjou spring heifer calves. First place went to Chloe Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Second place went to McKenna Smith. And third place exhibited by Bailey Matlock. Now in the ring, class 44. These are Maine-Anjou spring heifer calves born April of 2024.
Well, here on your high Maine side, class of April heifers here, and to me, just a real logical place to start off with. From the ground up, this one's big-footed. She's really good in her bone work. She's big bone, but she's still good in her joints. She's flatter made in her bone, but it's sure big bone. So I like that about her, and just the angulation she has to that knee and the slope to that shoulder, it's all right. And she's really stout and powerful from there back. She's got a big, bold rib cage. I really like that. Love how this one has power out through her hips. She just looks like one that's going to go on and make a really nice donor cow to me. She's elegant enough up through her front 1/3. I'm sure we'll see some today that are a little cooler up there than she is, but boy, I just like that one for the amount of power, for how loose she is in terms of her skeleton. Just a very high quality female to start off with. To me, it's a little give and take between 2 and 3, and I'm going to use the heifer that's a little greener here today. I love her extension from her point of her shoulder forward. I think she excels our heifer that's in 3rd right there. I also think she's a little longer from hooks to pins and a little squarer back in her pin set than our heifer that we have in 3rd. I grant you that she gives up a little bit of power, a little bit of muscle shape and dimension today, but these are just April heifer babies. I think as this one matures and comes on, I think that's going to be a really nice big yearling heifer. The heifer that comes in 3rd, as I stated, she's stout and powerful, good down her top. I'd like to lengthen her out from her hooks back. She gets just a little shorter in terms of her hip for me. She's a female, just admire the power that she brings to us here today. Then we conclude the class with a heifer that gets a little more refined in terms of her bone work, not quite the quality and overall eye appeal that the 3 cattle have above her here today.
Well, congratulations back over in the main ring. Results out of Class 44. First place exhibited by Blake Herdman of Hillsboro, Ohio, with CFFCC Candy Crush 192 MET. Second place was exhibited by Lana Danielson, Mustang, Oklahoma. Third place went to Grace Shute of Greensburg, Indiana. And fourth place exhibited by Lillian Christian. We'll now welcome in Class 45. These are Maine-Anjou Springer heifer calves, born April of 2024. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, we have all
Well, what a really nice class of early April high percentage Maine heifers here. There's quality all the way throughout this class, and with that being said, I'm really comfortable with our class winner. This one just brings a lot to the table for me, and one that has a maternal look about her. She's beautiful in terms of her shoulder and how feminine and attractive she is up through her front 1/3. And then from there back, she just opens up in a big, bold rib cage. She's good down her top. She has a tremendous amount of power out through her hip and down into her stifle, but she does it in a nice, square, long muscle pattern. I really appreciate that about her. When we put this heifer into motion, she sure gets out and goes just really, really nicely. Really close between 2 and 3 in this class, in my opinion, but the heifer that's most like our class winner from the shoulder forwards, the heifer we have in second, she's a little more angular, a little more maternal looking than our heifer that's in third. Female's got a nice volume, nice capacity about her. We put her into motion. She does get out and go really, really nicely. Not quite the depth in her rib cage that our class winner has, but I think that's a very high quality individual. Love the stoutness and power on the heifer that comes in third. She's big boned, really loose in terms of her structure. From her shoulders forward, she's not quite as attractive, not quite as feminine as the 2 cattle that come ahead of her here today, but I appreciate that one for how much power and substance she has to her. The next 2 heifers are very similar. This heifer gets plenty elevated for me in terms of her frame size, but she's cool looking from the side, really flat in her shoulder, long bodied, gives up a little overall volume and capacity as we compare her to the other cattle in this class. The heifer that comes next, built a lot similar to the female right in front of her, just gives up a little width and dimension as you get behind her. If you watch her exit the ring, she wants to dip her pins a little bit. I think she's off in her hip ever so slightly. The heifer that comes next, I like this female, functional, practical, and I'd say give her some time. As a big bred, this one's going to be really good. She needs a little time to catch up to some of them bigger heifers ahead of her in this particular class, but that's good stock right there. Angular through her front end, really good in terms of her structure. She just needs some time to catch up with some of them bigger cattle ahead of her here today. The female we conclude the class with, again, functional, practical type of female, just gives up some of that little pizzazz and that eye appeal up through her front 1/3 as we compare to the other cattle in this class.
Well, congratulations over here in the open Maine-Anjou female show. Results out of class 45. First place went to BBR Majestic 655 ET, exhibited by Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Second place was exhibited by Tyler Miller of Atlanta, Illinois. Third place went to Morgan Neal of Bellevue, Ohio. Fourth place, and congratulations to Kaya Rhodes. Fifth place was exhibited by Grant Rumpel. Sixth place went to Brassos Heck. And seventh place went to Gage Pickens. We'll now bring in class 46. These are Maine-Anjou spring heifer calves, born March of 2024.
A nice class of March heifers over here in your high Maine show, and there's some give and take within these top three or maybe even these top four. We'll talk through them. I'm comfortable with the heifer I wound up with here. She does the most things right for me. She's just love her rib cage that she has. She balances up really nicely as you study her underline. She's really good in terms of her hip, and I like the kind of muscle she has. Again, she's wide pinned, she's square, she's long muscled. Is she quite as powerful as the heifer that stands in second? No, she's not. But why I like this heifer just a little bit better here today, when we put these two cattle into motion, I think she just handles herself. She holds herself together just a little bit better than our heifer in second does. Watch her exit the ring, and I think she just collects herself a little bit better. When we put this heifer in second into motion, I love this one on the stand. The way that neck ties high out of the top of that shoulder. She's got that big, bold rib cage. She does get a little restricted right there behind her shoulders in her heart. Ultimately, when we make her go in motion, she gets a little out on her hind two. I'd like to just clean those hocks up a little bit on the back and see her move just a little bit better off those hind two, and I think she can move up and win this class. Two really, really good heifers on top of this particular class. This one here, just love the look this one gives you. Just beautiful shouldered, really elegant through their front 1/3, good in their lines, good down her top and out through her hip. Where she gives up a little today, it's in volume and capacity, center body depth. Bring this one back next year with a big baby calf in her. That's going to be a whale of a big yearling right there. Today, just not enough volume, not enough capacity to move up. Heifer that comes next from her shoulders back, I love her. She's big-bodied, stout, going to make a whale of a cow. She gets a little shorter from her shoulders forward. If we could extend her out a little bit, I think that one could move up in this class as well. As could be said for the heifer that comes next, this is a big, stout female here, just big rib cage, and tremendous in terms of her hip. But once again, her shoulder's a little bolder. She's a little plainer in her chest, a little shorter from her shoulder to her nose than the heifers that stand ahead of her here today. But that's a really good cow prospect. We conclude the class with two females. Just give up a little overall quality and weight per day of age.
Well, congratulations over here in the Maine-Anjou ring. Before we go into our first division, first place in class 46 will go to CFCC Sugar 173M, exhibited by Adeline Blankenship of West Burlington, New York. Second place in that class was exhibited by Kennedy Brogdon of Waxahachie, Texas. Third place in that class, and congratulations goes to Zoe Cottrell of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Berkeley McKay of Orlando, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Lad Landgraf of Medill, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Running Free Ranch, as well as seventh place. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select a Champion Reserve Junior Heifer Calf.
Well, here as we have your first division of your high percentage Maine-Anjous, this is really, really good. The quality of these cattle, and all day long, the quality of the cattle has been extremely good. But there's 4 calves out here. I mean, they're super good in my opinion. The heifer that comes out of your first class, just extremely elegant. The way she just blends and balances and ties everything together. Love the way her shoulder lays in, just beautiful. How that neck comes high out of the top of the shoulder. She's a heifer that when we put her into motion, she gets out and goes. Just a really, really high quality female in a really stout lineup of high Maine heifers. The heifer that comes out of the second class, I just look at her and think donor cow. This one here, she's going to make a lot of money in her life, because this is the kind I think you take home and after her show career. This one's just stout and as big boned and big featured as she is. I think that one's going to have a chance to really, really raise a lot of good stuff, particularly on the bull side. I think this one could really do a lot of good. She's bold in her rib cage. She's powerful and stout about her muscle shape and dimension. Now, as we talk about them in the show ring, is she as elegant from the point of her shoulder up through her throat and jaw as the 2 heifers on either side of her? She's not today, but she offers so much power. I think you have to consider her to win this division as well. The heifer that comes next is a combination female. She's one that has that elegance. She has that flat, angular shoulder, and she has that maternal look from her shoulders back in terms of her rib cage. Just love that added swoop, that added depth she has to her flank. And she's a heifer that when you put her into motion, she's square on all 4 corners. She gets out, she reaches her stride. Very, very good female, sure enough in contention in this group. The heifer that comes out of the 4th class, as we talked her in that class, just really square and level in terms of her muscle shape and dimension. I like that about her. You know, in this lineup out here, she could kind of put her together with the heifer out of the 2nd class. Not quite as elegant from the point of her shoulder forward as a couple other heifers in this particular lineup. The 2 heifers I like to win this division, I think they fit together quite nicely. Your heifer out of Class 3 will be your champion. Heifer out of Class 1 will be your reserve. Give them a round of applause. What a good set of heifers.
Well, congratulations, your junior calf champion over here in the Maine-Anjou ring. Comes out of Class 45. That's Hadley Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska, with BBR Majestic 655 MET. And reserve champion, and congratulations, goes to Chloe Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma, coming out of Class 43. We'll now bring in Class 47 over here in the main ring. These are Maine-Anjou's spring heifer calves, born in February of 2024.
There's so many differences in types and kinds out here. I think you just really got to study these and analyze them and kind of decide where we're going to put our priorities. And I think the combination female is the one we're going to use to win the class, just from a standpoint of good structured, big body, a lot of volume, a lot of capacity, but yet she's got that neat look. She's maternal and angular about her front 1/3. She's got a lot of power to her when you get off and view her from behind. So I think that's a really nice place to start in this particular class. The heifers in 2 and 3, I think you can shake them up either way, and here's how I see them. I use the heifer in 2nd. I think she's just a little longer. She's got a little more substance of bone underneath of her than our heifer in 3rd does. She doesn't quite have the power that our class winner has, particularly down in her lower 1/3. I'd like to see that one just a little wider based and have just a little more width and dimension. Beautiful profile. I really like that about her. So very nice heifer that comes there in 2nd. The heifer in 3rd I really like. I like the angularity. I like the maternal look she gives you in her shoulder and up through her neck and head. I think this one goes on and makes a really good yearling once she gets bred up and has a calf in her. Just really good in terms of her structure. She's stout down her top, real level out through her hip. Just gives up a little extra volume and capacity today to the 2 heifers in front of her. The heifer that comes next, I like her kind. She's a little long-bodied. This heifer just, she gives up a little too much width and dimension through the center part of her rib cage as we compare her to the other 3 cattle. I'd like to loosen her up a little bit on her structure off of both ends, see her get out and go about the ring just a little bit better. The heifer we conclude with is another really nice female. Straight down her top, straight in her lines, just gives up a little power and dimension as we compare her to the rest of the class.
Well, congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion coming out of class 16. That's
Well, here on your high Maine side, another nice class of heifers. Really close up here, a little give and take within this top pair. And the heifer I'm going to use, the black and white heifer, she just has that maternal look. She's got that balance in her underline that comes out of her chest through the center part of her body. I think she's a little deeper and just a little more balanced as she goes back into her flank than our second place heifer is. A little more angular in her shoulder and up through her neck and head than our second place heifer. She's a female. When we put her into motion, she goes relatively well. I'd like to see her a little softer on those hind two, but really square, nice in terms of her shape of muscle. Good place to start. This heifer that comes next is extremely stout and powerful down her top and out through her hip. I really like that about her. She's not as angular, not as feminine through the point of her shoulder and up through her neck and head as our class winner, but I admire her for how much power she brings to us here today. The heifer that comes next, a little bigger statured type of female, long-bodied, got some width and dimension to her. Just maybe like to moderate her and give her a little more volume and capacity here today.
Well, congratulations back over in the Shorthorn ring. First place went to Dust Miss Rocket 3M ET, exhibited by Kason Lee of Paris, Arkansas. Second place was exhibited by Scott Swanick of Dexter, Minnesota. And third place went to Barrett Evans of Dover, Ohio. We'll now bring your first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve junior heifer calves out of Division 2.
Well, here as we get your class winners in this January-February division out here, what a nice group once again. And I think, when we get them out here, we sort through those two classes. But these two class winners, they just fit the type and kind of been looking for throughout the day. The heifer that comes out of the first class, just big and bold in her rib cage, but yet elegant and nice in her shoulder and up through her front 1/3. Really good in terms of her structure. Female just gets out and goes very, very nicely. Tremendous amount of power in that female. We just talked about the white-legged heifer, elegant through her front 1/3. We like that about her. Love the balance she has through her lower 1/3 and underline. I really like that. She gets out here and she's still powerful out through her hip and down through her lower 1/3. As I stated in her class, I'd like to maybe see her just a little softer on her hind two. But I think these two heifers warrant winning this division. We're going to use a heifer out of Class 1 for champion, heifer out of Class 2 for reserve. Congratulations.
Your junior heifer calf champion out of Division 2 will go to McClay Gensini with GDM and Miss GGET, and reserve champion was exhibited by Kason Lee with Dust Miss Rocket 3M ET. We're now going to welcome in Class 49. These are Maine-Anjou winter heifer calves born November of 2023. And back in the Shorthorn ring, results out of
Well, here on your Maine-Anjou side, a pair of November heifers, and the heifer we're going to use to win the class, she's just a female that's a little softer, a little more mellow, if you will, about her whole general makeup. When we put this heifer into motion, she's a little easier in her spine. She just flexes and is more fluid in terms of her movement as she gets about the ring. Really nice. She follows the type and kind of heifers we've been selecting all throughout the show today. The heifer that comes second, you know, she's angular and attractive up through her front 1/3. She just gets a little tight in her spine as we ask her to go around the ring here today. I think if you could loosen her up a little bit, I think she'd give that class winner a run for her money.
Well, congratulations. In Class 49, first place was exhibited by Wyatt Ebersol with ECC Tiana 145L, and second place went to Ryder Heater. We'll now welcome in Class 50. These are Maine-Anjou fall heifer calves born September to October of 2023.
Well, a nice class, the September, October high mains, and I think a logical place to start off. Young lady's heifer right here, just follows the type and kind we've been looking for all day. Just maternal in terms of her body and balanced in her underline. I like that. She's angular and feminine up through her front end. She's the soundest heifer I think we got of this class as well. So I think a very logical place to start. You get from there back, and I think you could shake them up a little bit. But when this gentleman gets this heifer on the stand, I mean, she is really, really good. Just love her up through her front 1/3. She's stout down her top and out through her hip. You know, and when she's on the stand, I can't put my finger on her movement, but when she gets in the motion, I just like to free her up off of both ends. But her angles all look right. She's maybe just a little tight in her spine here today that's causing her to move that way. But when she's parked, I really, really like that one. She's got a little more style, a little more eye appeal than the white-legged heifer, but I like this one. Her neck ties high out of her shoulder. Just gets a little plainer and don't balance up quite as well as those first two heifers do, but really functional, practical type of cattle. The heifer that comes next is good-looking. She's angular, feminine, gives up quite a bit of power as we compare to the three heifers ahead of her. We conclude with another heifer that's long-bodied, got some muscle, got some shape, just gives up some balance and depth and volume in terms of her underline.
Well, congratulations in the main ring. Results of the Class 50. First place exhibited by Teddy Kraft of Anadarko, Oklahoma, with BKMT Lynx 3004L. Second place in that class exhibited by Isaac Grimaldo of Medill, Oklahoma. We'll bring your first and seconds in. Select the champion reserve, fall heifer calf. Back over in the shorthorn ring. Result.
So here's we got your fall division in here. Two nice females that come out of their classes, and actually all four of these are very high quality individuals. But I think within this lineup, I think the heats right here within these two class winners, I think they're very similar in their types and kind. I think both of them are really sound. They're both maternal about their look. They got that added rib cage that I like. And both of them have plenty enough power to them. I think when it comes down to it, I think the young lady's heifer out of Class 2's got a little more eye appeal, just a little more attractive as we get her out here and compare her to the heifer out of Class 1. Young lady, you're going to be champion out of Class 2. Your Class 1 will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the main ring. Your fall heifer champion. Congratulations to Teddy Kraft with BKMT Lynx 3004L, and reserve champion was exhibited by Wyatt Ebersol with ECC Tiana 145L. We'll now welcome in Class 51. These are Maine-Anjou summer yearling heifers born June through July of 2023. And back in the shorthorn ring, result.
Well, here on your Maine-Anjou side, summer yearling class here, and I think the heifer we're going to tie to win the class, I think does so pretty handily. She just is the combination heifer of the class in terms of her balance, her rib cage. I think she excels our second place heifer just in terms of volume and capacity and the spring she has to her rib just through the center part of her body. I think she's just a little bolder than our second place heifer. Put this heifer into motion. I think when she's not fighting the halter, this heifer is really good and sound. When she decides she wants to get out and go, her feet and legs are right. I think a very good place to start off with. Extremely long-bodied heifer coming here in second. I love this one from the point of her shoulder forward. She's extremely feminine. She's extremely maternal looking about that front 1/3. And again, I love her length, but along with that length, I think it just makes her give up a little more center dimension and center capacity as we compare her to our class winner. When we put her in the motion, I think her length causes her to break just a little bit right there in her loin as she goes, but that's a loose-made, long-bodied, good-looking female that comes second in this particular class. When this young man gets his heifer in third parked, she gives you a killer look. She's cool-fronted, she's big-topped, she's thick-ended. I'd like to loosen her up off of both ends, and I think if you could do that, she could move right on up and win this class, but she just gets a little more restricted for me here today. Love the practicality of this female that concludes the class. Big-bodied, stout-made, just not the eye appeal, but I really appreciate this one. I really appreciate what that one brings to the table, just the cow power that she has. No, she's not as chiseled through that front 1/3 as the other 3 cattle in this class, but that's really good practical cattle right there. So congratulations on a nice class of summer heifers. Well, a nice pair of heifers in this some class of summers, 2 Mays out here. And the heifer we're going to start off with, I think, just checks a lot of boxes. From her shoulders back, bold in her rib cage, a lot of volume, a lot of capacity. She's stout down her top, tremendous amount of shape, like the shape she has to her rib. You get behind her and she's very impressive. She's a female that gets around good on her feet and legs as well, so I think a very, very nice place to start. I love this black and white heifer as well. When he gets her part, she's a little more angular and feminine in her shoulder and up through her neck and head than our class winner is. Good-bodied female, again, a tremendous amount of width and dimension she has to her. When we put her into motion, I'd like to loosen her up off of both ends, and I think if we did that, this class would get really, really interesting because that heifer gives you a good look when he gets her parked. So good job. 2 really nice May heifers in this class.
Well, congratulations back over in the main ring. Results out of Class 51 and 52 before the division. First place in 51 was exhibited by Ainsley Williams, Van Alstyne, Texas, with KNS TW, got your number 235L. Second place in that class was exhibited by Layla Houghton of Shepherd, Texas. In Class 52, first place went to RIM Lady Luck 826 ET, exhibited by Sarah Rimple of Athens, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Waylon Dishman of Warner, Oklahoma.
Division out here. 2 nice heifers, actually 4 nice heifers to represent this group. The heifer that comes out of our first class, as we talked about her, I like the elegance she has from her shoulder up through her neck and head. Just extremely angular and feminine about that look she gives us. And she's one, like I said, that was fighting the halter. And I think once she decides to go, that heifer's really sound and gets out and moves really, really nicely. Is she as stout and powerful from her shoulders back as the heifer that comes out of the second class? No, she's not. This heifer that comes out of class 2 here, just big, bold in terms of her rib. And like I just said, a tremendous amount of power within this particular heifer. Is she as chiseled from the point of her shoulder forward through her neck and head as the heifer out of the first class? She's not, but I think she's more than feminine enough. She's going to be your champion. We're going to go ahead and use the heifer out of class 1 to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your champion summer yearling over here in the main ring. Coming out of Class 52, that was Rim Lady Luck, 826 ET, exhibited by Sarah Rimple of Athens, Texas. Reserve champion, and congratulations. Coming out of Class 51, that was KNS TW, got your number, 235L, exhibited by Ainsley Williams of Van Alstyne, Texas. We'll now bring in your next class. This is Class 53, Maine-Anjou late spring yearling heifers born March to April of 2023.
couple here on your Maine-Anjou side. Class of April and March heifers out here, and 3 really, really good heifers. And with that being said, I really like this heifer that wins this class. She's one that just ties a lot of good things together that we've been talking about throughout the day: balance, structure, volume, capacity. I think she checks a lot of boxes. Just a very high quality individual to start off with. I really like this heifer in second as well. Just one that has cow power, and I talk about rib cage and volume and dimension all the time, and this one has it. She comes out of the back of her shoulder, just bold, sprung, and carries that all the way back beautifully into her flank, and I really, really like that. She's a heifer. When we ask her to get out and go, I think she does so sure good enough. I think that's a very, very good female and one that's going to go on to make a really, really nice donor cow. The heifer that comes third in this class just gives up some volume today compared to the 2 cattle ahead of her. I like the way she's built. She's straight in her line. She's cool up through her front 1/3. She's got some width, got some dimension. Center part of her body's just not as big and not as bold. Doesn't quite have that spring to her rib that those first 2 cattle have here today. Maine-Anjou side, two really nice females out here, and they're a little different in their type and kind, but I think a lot of the things we've been talking about today, they even though they're different, little different size and shapes, but they still fit what we've been doing all throughout the day. This first heifer just combines so many good things. She is extremely powerful. Love the rib cage she has coming out of the back of her shoulder, just big and bold. You get behind her and she is extremely wide through the center part of her body. But along with that, if you really analyze this heifer from her shoulder forward, she's extremely feminine, she's extremely angular, and to have that much power and mass and be that feminine and angular up through her front 1/3, and then combine that and to be good on her feet and legs, that's a very good female to start off this class, as is the white stocking heifer that comes second. She's a little more moderate, extremely cool. She's got a coupon on her side right here. She's really nice in terms of her udder that she has nursing this young baby calf. Very angular, very maternal up through her front 1/3. Like the rib shape she has for just having a young baby calf like that. She's still deep and she still has some spring to her rib. That's a very high quality female. Really good on her feet and legs. That one's going to go out and make a lot of money for that gentleman right there. So two very good females in that particular class.
Class 54. First place went to TJSC Miss Harmony 9 LET, exhibited by McClay Gensini, and second place in that class went to Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, we have the selection of your final division here in our Open Maine-Anjou Female Show. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results
Well, here as we come to your junior yearling division in your high Maine show, there's 4 heifers out here, and they're all really, really good. I just like things about all of them, and we're going to go through and we're going to talk about these 2 class winners, and you kind of figure out what's going through my head here. But this first heifer, just really soft-made throughout. Good in terms of her structure. She sits down just really good on a big foot. The angulation she has to her knee and to her hock, and she just gets out and floats around the ring really, really nicely, and I like that about her. She's got a big rib cage on her, and I really appreciate that extra depth she's got to the center part of her body. Just a very, very high quality female. Now, as we compare her to a few of her counterparts out here, she's angular in her shoulder, but as you come up into her neck and head, she's not quite as angular through her jaw, and up into her head, not quite as feminine as a couple of the other heifers in this lineup. And I'm nitpicking a really, really good one. The heifer that comes out of the class right behind her, just powerful. This one here, to me, just has donor cow written all over her. She combines angularity, she combines femininity, along with power, and to me that heifer is going to go on and I think make one whale of a donor cow, and to me that's what it's all about. She's going to be your champion in this division. Congratulations. Let's move her right over here. Young man, bring this black and white heifer over here. This heifer here is extremely cool made. From the point of her shoulder forward, that shoulder lays in there extremely beautiful. She's really cool up through her neck and head, angular and feminine. She's got that little baby calf on her side, and got a nice udder right there that she's feeding that calf with. As we compare these 2 heifers out here, I think it's really close. This heifer here, the black and white heifer, if we're going to change her ever so slightly, when she gets in motion, I'd like to change the design of her hock. When she moves, she's wanting to hit the ground a little bit hard with that hock on her rear too. But I do give this heifer the advantage in terms of her femininity and angularity up through her front 1/3. And when I get right behind these 2 cattle, the one that has the most natural width and dimension is the black and white heifer. She's going to be a reserve champion. Congratulations.
Back over in the main ring, results out of our final division. Your champion was exhibited by McClay Gensini of Hennepin, Illinois, and reserve champion, and congratulations went to Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Now in ring 1, we have all of your division champion and reserves entering the ring. Our judge is going to select his grand and reserve grand champion, Open Maine-Anjou female here at the Cattleman's Congress. Back over to the Shorthorn ring. Barry Nowatzki of Michigan City, Indiana. Please put your hands together and thank Mr. Nowatzki for joining us today.
Well, here as we come to a conclusion of your Maine-Anjou show, I'm not a big speech giver. I just want to take a few minutes to, first of all, thank the staff here at the Cattlemen's Congress. This is an awesome event. I know it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort by all of you to put this on, and I greatly appreciate it. Blake and your staff, I was fortunate enough to be a board member on the Maine-Anjous. When Blake started, I was unfortunate. I didn't have a lot of time to work with him. Kind of moved on, chose a different breed, and we're raising Angus cattle now, but you got a good one right there. He's does an awesome job, and I just have all the respect for Blake in the world. Lindsay and her crew, they do such a nice job. They're at all these shows and put a lot of effort in. All you junior members, you've probably been the best ring help I've ever had. Every class come in, there was a person behind every one. You don't know, as a judge, how much I appreciate that and didn't have to go chase a single animal during this show. I appreciate all you guys for all you've done. With that being said, I do want to be remiss to be standing here at the Cattlemen's Congress and echo very many judges who's been out here in the last 12, this year and last year as well. And remember my mentor and friend, Gerald Callahan. Gerald meant so much to so many of us, and I remember talking to him on the telephone one day when you guys were putting this show together, and it was about creating commerce for people in the cattle business to exhibit their animals that they spent all that money on, for breeders to get their cattle to town, and he thought on a different level than all of us. So, it's an honor to stand in this ring at a show that he helped create. That comes deep. I'll tell you a little story about Gerald real quick. The year after the first year of this Cattlemen's Congress, Gerald's a busy person. He just got done putting on the Cattlemen's Congress. Of course, he ran Express and all the other things that Gerald did. In March that year, I wound up with COVID, terrible bad. I was in the hospital for 7 days. Twice a day, Gerald Callahan took time and called me every morning at 7:30 a.m. Well, how you feel today? Feel any better? All the things that man had going on, and not all of you knew him that well, but his heart was huge, and he cared about people. Every night he was driving home from the ranch, he'd call me at the hospital. Feel any better today? How are you doing? That's an awesome individual that will never be replaced. And I'm glad I have the opportunity to stand out here at this show he created and share that story with you. And I know you all have stories about him, but that was an awesome individual. With that being said, I want to tell you a little bit about these Maine-Anjou cattle. I looked at these list of EPDs in every class that come out here, and there's not a lot of differences in these EPDs on these Maine-Anjou cattle. But I want to encourage you as breeders, keep turning in data, keep turning in records to enhance these EPDs. Because one thing I've learned since I've left the Maine-Anjou breed and got into the Angus breed, to make your bulls, make your females relevant in the commercial world, those guys look at these EPDs. So keep turning in data, enhance these EPDs, and I think this breed, will continue to prosper and be successful. So I thank you all. I'm going to go pick you a couple champions. I've been blessed and honored to be here today. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, grand champion Maine-Anjou female here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Comes out of our final division. That was McClay Gensini, Hennepin, Illinois, with TJSC, Ms. Harmony 9LET. And congratulations. Reserve champion in our Open Maine-Anjou female show, exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma, with LLL Lux 101L. Again, congratulations to all of our Maine-Anjou exhibitors. We would like to announce quickly, Parker, 1 second. We're just going to announce that premier breeder and exhibitor while we have all of our main exhibitors in here. Premier Maine-Anjou exhibitor goes to Silvera Brothers, and premier Maine-Anjou breeder is Fancy Creek Farm of the Prairie Cross. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors, and a special thank you to Mr. Barry Nowatzki for joining us today.